I think next up, I gotta figure out how to make the ambush. How to make the ambush happen. So I wanna probably track the state with the boolean value so that I can keep it monitoring in the minute pass function for the crime state at the end, because I'm gonna need that for the completion of the mission. And right now it instantly completes because the player's crime status is set to none by default. So I'm gonna name this one ambush began. And then I'm gonna also make another one, which is gonna be an ambush ended. And this is gonna be a boolean flag that's gonna indicate whenever all of the police that are part of the quest have been killed. And then basically also signal that everything's been done with the quest. So here I'm gonna check that the ambush has ended, and then it's gonna do it. So now it won't complete automatically. So right now in the code, I'm spawning 3 officers. Spawned at once, and because I'm listing them, I can basically like revive them and then like teleport them instantly, so that when they are killed for the first wave it's gonna be 3 officers. When they are killed, they're gonna despawn one by one and then respawn, and then it's gonna be a box, no, it's gonna be a police car that's gonna come around the street, you know, with the same officers, but they're like revived. So the car is gonna drive into the docks, then it's gonna be another wave of 3 officers, and after that it's gonna be quest completed, basically. So it's gonna be 2 waves. So I'm gonna already make another coroutine for it. So this is gonna be handling mainly the logic for spawning the police car and then probably also despawning the currently dead officers whenever the car has arrived. So that's the plan. Spawn back spawn second wave, spawn ambush second, I don't even know what I'm gonna call this. Spawn second wave, I think that's what I'm gonna call it. So I can just comment here saying that police car plus the same 3 dead cops despawn or despawn revive after car arrives, spawn at the doors. So that way I don't need to have 6 instantiated objects. I'll use the 3 same ones. It's gonna look a little bit funky because they're gonna obviously despawn in front of the player, but it saves so much processing and memory that I'm probably gonna do it. Have you thought, Riled Up Riley in the chat asks, have you thought of the price? I think the price should be greater, not just lowering the police. No, like, yes, the card should be something along those lines. I don't know what and how it will happen. And the EXP, how much XP will it grant? I don't know. I haven't played the quest yet. Usually that really determines it. How hard do I think it is to complete? And then based on that, I'll do the price for the quest basically. So the reward is still up to the decision, but I gotta do these ones. So I think one of them. Some logging, always good, so that I know when something breaks. And then I'm gonna, because I have 2 guards and then I have 3 police, so I could basically do like, okay, well the police are gonna attack the cartel members and then one of the police are gonna attack you, the player. So I think that makes sense. So I'm gonna say that ambush cops at 0 to attack cartel. So now it's gonna be behavior, combat behavior. I gotta check the code for the NPC versus NPC combat code. I don't remember how it goes. There's something about it that I usually forget, so no, it's literally just this. Yeah, it's this one. So this needs a target of network object, whereas with the, yeah, and then set target, this is gonna attack so indices 0 and 1. Like this. And then 1, and then 1. And then the last one instead is going to be player.local. And again, like I think I should keep in mind that this needs to be networked somewhere in the future. But for now, this is gonna suffice. But I hate that I don't have a simple way of networking everything. Round Uprider says in the chat, I think there should be a third wave, like maybe 15 cops and 3 cars go to the area. I mean, they're fighting with the Benzies. They are strong. Well, realistically, when you play the game, how many times have you had to kill 15 cops when you stand at a single area? Usually, I think the max is like 6 that you can get there. Because they don't really roam around or across the map. They're always like stationary or doing foot patrols, etc. So they don't really hunt you down. Usually just like a couple of cars and that's it. But I'll see. If it's not hard enough, I'll increase the cops count. I'll do more waves. And again, I hope that this will be scalable in the future somehow. So that's gonna make them attack. But what then? Right. So also, I think I'm gonna define between these two a private integer. So wave current ambush wave, maybe like 1. Starts at 1, then we increment that. And this is again for scalability in the future. I'm trying to keep that in mind. So making a framework for scalable waves here. And again, I need to now do a little bit of work in the minute pass function. So every single second, I'm going to check for a Boolean flag that indicates that current wave cops are dead. And I can check that by doing this. And then I check for the office NP's office health, officer health, and then is dead or is knocked out. Both are valid. And then I'm gonna define an integer here that's gonna be cops dead equals 0 this second, and then cops dead plus plus. And then here, if cops dead equals to ambush cops count, so that all of the officers are dead, current ambush wave is incremented. And then maybe I'll need like invoke a function with this one, because this will not suffice. But in theory, in practice, it's gonna be something like this. But in the minute pass function, I don't think it should do anything else than that. And so return after this one maybe, or no, I don't know. So but I don't really wanna call any functions here in the minute pass function. Within that, makes no sense. Round Upright in the chat says, I figured it out. Maybe the price should be like, you get your own minions. This may be too hard though. Maybe. I mean, I don't know what the purpose of them would be. Like, what do they do? Are they kind of like the employees, or are they like bodyguards, or do they constantly fight the cops throughout the city, or what is going on with them? I don't really know. Planning is half the job. So Yeah, I can't really run that in that function, so but I have to. I'm pretty sure I have to. So I'll do something different. I'll just indicate that the current wave cops are dead equals true. That's what that means. Just to write it out for me. Um, then I guess I could do it like no, I cannot do it in the minute pass function. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work. So I'll have to do it as a, so it's gonna be a combat, or actually it's gonna be a health callback on dead cops to something like this. So that's the theory. I should have something. I should have a little bit of code related to that. So here on dire knocked out. So I'll just copy a piece of code here, right here. And then I'll define this one. And instead of doing like an integer or integer in the function, I'll do again here. Then for good measure, I'm gonna actually log this one because I'm not sure if this makes a local copy. So I think this will only declare it once, but then these will be like ×3, maybe. I'm not sure. I'll just do it like this. So how can I? Yeah. So I'll use the wave as a kind of like a boolean trigger for it. So I'm first checking if the wave hasn't been changed. So if current ambush wave equals to 1, I'll have to do like a previous type of thing to keep it rolling for longer than 2 waves, but it won't be much work. If that's not the case, then I can increment it, and I can be also assured that this will only run once. Because the first time that the callback gets invoked, it will increment, and then this will no longer hold true for any subsequent callbacks that the other cops might have. So any one of the cops, when they die, will trigger the next wave. So I'll just leave it here. Pull root, no, it's a spawn second wave. And then I'll put a log here. Log next wave spawning, but I won't write this right away. I can do it within a reasonable time frame, but this will suffice for now because I really need to test some of these features, and then there's already bugs that I know that I want to fix, and that's related to the combat. So again, coding is like talking to a rubber duck. So now I'm gonna formulate a hypothetical problem that I know. This is one of them actually, yeah. But when participating in the shootout, if player accidentally aims at the cartel member, that NPC will aggro player. So that's my problem really. And this holds true for all of the rules. And the worst part about this is I don't really know how to fix this. I think something similar to what I did with NA cops, like the raids are so goddamn complicated because the police have to ignore certain visual states, but that visual state thing, it's shared across all of the NPCs. So the code should have some kind of a solution for this. I just need to find the code related to that. So I think it's here. Yep. Where am I gonna put it? Somewhere along the lines where they get spawned. Here. Oh, this is at the wrong place now. It's inside of some weapon related. Weapon related. And I'm pretty sure that this code should only run after the cops have spawned and that the ambush has started. Otherwise, it's gonna be a little bit weird. So and then for example here, I'm gonna make it like this. So but do they have the same kind of lookup for? That's what I wonder the most. Or do I just disable the awareness? Can I do that? Actually, I'll test that. Because it's literally just one line of code. Yeah, it's literally just one line of code. But then again, yeah, that would be solved by awareness. But then does the NPC combat work even if the awareness is disabled? So that has to be tested. What about combat target? Force Cartel to actively target alive police and active police target alive cartel plus player. So it's like a two-way check. And then this is gonna also ensure that cartel doesn't target player. There's two things that happen here with that one. Does it make sense that I do it in a minute pass function? Because it's like an iterative, it has to kind of like pull. I can't really think of any callbacks that would be consistent with it, or consistent enough. Because I could do officer behavior, combat behavior, and then here there's on begin, on end, on successful hit, combat on start. Well, basically on begin and then on end. So no, but then again, it doesn't like actively check it, even if it ends. So it might not end at all or be re-enabled. So then again, I have to check it here. So if the current dead cops count is not the ambush cops count, then that means I have cops alive. And therefore, I should check well, for each, I think it's kind of unnecessary. If I do it every single second I'm checking 3 elements, and the worst case scenario is that I have 2 dead cops and the last one is alive. So that wastes basically 2 checks here. And then even after that, it expands, because then I need to decide which one does it attack. So I should instead keep track of the dead ones and alive ones in separate lists, and that narrows it down to always a depth of 1, I think. But then again, if I do that, then I don't know. I mean, I can do it later. I'll just do the framework for it now and see how it works. It's a little bit expensive for the computation, but it doesn't matter. For each police officer in ambush cops, if the officer health is dead, or officer is knocked out, then we continue. No need to check that one. Else, select alive cartel members or player. But how can I avoid? Well, I think if I do it randomly, it's gonna add some interesting, unique like interactions with the police and the cartel, because you know they'll be changing their targets randomly. So, for instance, at one playthrough, you might have like 1 cartel member die, and then suddenly 2 cops are shooting at you. Whereas in other playthroughs, it would be like 1 versus 1 for the entire thing, for the entire duration. So I'll go with that. I'll go with that. So I'll say for each um hurdle goon in allied goons, if goon dot it's the same thing, so continue if it's dead or knocked out. And then if that's not the case, no, wait. I'm missing something here. Something very important. Because I need to also check that the combat target will actually be one of the goons. But will it override if the player starts shooting? That's what I want to know also. Well, I'll figure it out, because it'll be obvious in the QA testing. If the cops only shoot me in the fights, it will be obvious that it doesn't work, and then I have to like figure out something for that one. But in the case that yeah, so I need to check the combat behavior target. That's what I need to do. Target. And that's a network object, right? No, it's the I combat targetable interface. So I'll check if it's not null. Then I guess I'll continue. I'll also leave a note here. Does the combat behavior retain target after target is killed? That's also an important question to be able to answer. But in the case that there is no target, so this must be null, then I'll select one of the alive cartel members or the player. So I'll say it's like a 50-50 chance. So it's either gonna be one of the goons or then the player. So it's gonna be a little bit more the player than the goons. like that. And then also after this one break, so I don't want it to run it through. I just want to know who's dead, who's not, and then if not, set the target. And then same holds true for cartel. Same for cartel. Target police actively and ensure not player. So no, no. I still need one. And this is gonna be that the police attacks the player. And not the... And then that's about it. I don't need more for that. For each loop. That should handle the cops targeting everything. And then basically I do the same for, but the other way around. So if the I guess I'll need to know here. No, I can just basically move through it. But it's gonna be more important. I really need to check if they're alive or not so actively. So for each cartel goon in allied, and then that ensure goons target police that are alive and not player. So it's gonna be the other way around. Again, do the same thing. I want to make sure that they're not dead, not knocked out, and if it has a target, then if it has a target and that target is not the player, something like this. I'll need to simplify this because the get component function is very expensive. I don't really want to run it in a loop, but since this is only theoretical still, I don't really know if it works. I'm gonna keep it like that. But the get component function cannot run in the new pass function. That will need to be fixed. It will work, but I just don't like it. Then No, I need to do it like this instead. So if that happens, I already know that the bug will occur, so I'll already be able to log it. Goon attacking player, reset target, because I really want to know when that happens. And then, because I'm already doing this in a previous function, I can, within the minpass function, I can define that there is, yes, at this level, at this context level, I will have a list of police officers, current alive, or list of integers rather. Because I think that's better. I don't have to hold references to the memory addresses. I think ints are smaller than that. Perhaps. So after that I can do so I would need to know here if they're alive or not to target them. So but then again I would need to change this to be for loop that uses integer processing, so I'm gonna do like this. So that's gonna fix it. And then I know the indices. So then current alive add I. And now here set target, and then I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna access the ambush cops, and then the indice is going to be from the current alive indices, and then I'm going to pick one based on the Unity engine.random.range and the minimum value is going to be ambush. No, the minimum value is going to be 0, and the maximum value is going to be current alive indices discount. Oh my god, that's so ugly. Holy shit. What am I looking at? That is so ugly. That's like screaming for index out of bounds. That's like, I can already see the index out of bounds. I can't do that. That's a war crime. That's a war crime type of thing. So random alive index equals. But then again, I already need before this one, even before that one, even before I check that the goons aren't alive. Yeah. Because there might be moments where all of the police are dead, and then again that would be an index out of bounds error. instantly. So if count is larger than 0, no, wait. No, the main thing here is I need to reset, so I don't need to target anybody here. Rather, I would set the goon.behavior.combat behavior target to be null instead. So that is there something else? Yeah, something like that. And then after that's done, I need to check it. So if current alive indices.count is larger than 0, I know there are cops alive and that the goons need to actively target them. So again, I don't want to commit any war crimes, so I'm gonna put this into separate lines. Nobody likes war crimes. So, and I think it's still ugly. So I'm gonna define here network object cop target equals this. Or maybe even police officer, so I'm going even smaller here. So like this. Is that all? I mean, yeah, I think now is the time to test, because there's already so much code here. There is so much code, and I need to stay on top of what works and what doesn't. Because I still have bugs to fix after this one, related to the allied team. So I'm gonna boot up the Schedule 1 game. So now, hopefully, I will have one wave of police, and there will be, realistically, there will be a balanced gunfight where some goons attack the cops, and then some police attack the goons, and then at least one of them attacks the player. Not all of them, at least one. But if they all attack, then I might have a problem, and that's gonna be a bug. That will be labeled as a bug. And in that case, I'll probably have to do some manual targeting, so I'll have to do like dedicated functions, so I'll have custom coroutines instead of the min-pass function monitoring that each NPC is targeting their respected target actively, maybe like twice a second. And if that target ends up dead, it actively takes the next one. So um where are my cops? I mean, they're here, you know, but something is wrong with them. So I'll check the behavior first, because I know that that should be correct. It's NPC. Here. Follow schedule is active. So I will look for the combat here, and then this one should have a target. Should have a target. Yes, yes, it does. So the target is correct. So now the only thing I should be needing is to invoke it. So it is start combat. No, it's active. Deactivate. Enable. Enable networked. God damn it. Oh. So these guys are just bugged out. Why? Oh. 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 Here we go. Right. So there's a couple of things that went wrong here. One is that everything else worked, except that these are the movement is paused after the spawning. That's what I think happens here. Yes, so pause movement. Everything else works fine, so I just need to unpause them. So resume. And then the same holds for the defender cops, basically. Or the defender goons, not the cops. So that's gonna be like this. So that should handle it. And yeah, but the behaviors are still not enabled, and I don't think the set target does it alone. Yes, it doesn't do it alone, so it needs the enabled network regardless. So resume movement, combat behavior enabled network, and then that applies also to this one. And then just in case that the goon doesn't attack the same cop back, I'll do it the other way around. So I'll just switch up the places here. So that at least at the start I know that they will be correct for the targets. So that when I enable the combat network, everything will be already set. And there's no like figuring it out anymore after that one. Because I'm not sure if the combat initiation starts it. So this will suffice for the player basically. Right. Okay, now everything should be good. Route Up Riley asks, did you get banned from the unofficial Schedule 1 modding Discord? No, I left. Bunch of fucking weirdos. Bunch of weirdos out there, man. Holy shit. So now everything works. Do you just spam the same messages over and over again? I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, I don't care. I don't care that people steal it. It's the code is MIT. You know? I get that people are trying to get some clout off of Nexus mods, but you know, not really my problem. Because I know that the people will realize that it's an obvious copy, and then that's not beneficial for them. And on the other hand, I know that Nexus is just like a bunch of retards. Like their moderation team is a bunch of retards, so it doesn't even matter. Like you shouldn't even use Nexus at all. There's no point. Bro, are you okay? What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? Hello, officer? So where's the third cop? So it kind of worked. But then again, one of the cops was bugged out. Why? Why is the cop bugged out? I don't really get it. I don't really get it. But yeah, I really need to nerf these goons. Like this is just obnoxious. It's just obnoxious, man. They're spraying 1,000 bullets down the range, 99 damage, 10,000 HP. That is not balanced in any way. So I guess I'll just, comment these out and then just keep the default weapon, maybe. Yeah, I'll just keep the default weapon, maybe. So I'll put this out. I'll comment it. Uh, I think maybe take that one out. Yeah, that should do it. And then so I didn't need the awareness disabled. They do shoot one bullet here and there, but the min pass function kind of handles it and then resets the target whenever necessary. Here. So that's correct. And then I'm not sure if this worked either. Because they didn't seem to kind of swap the targets after their previous target died. So then again, I think here it would make sense that I'm checking that if the target equals to null. And then yeah, one of them didn't have a target. That's what's so bizarre. So I think I'll have to log it here in the minpass function. So whenever the officer changes the target, I need to know. Officer changes target. And then this rest of this doesn't even matter. I just we need to know when it happens. And again, basically the same for this one. So goon changes combat target. I don't see anything wrong with the code necessarily. There isn't really anything. Maybe they could be attacking the player a little bit more, because it seemed like a fight between the cartel and the player. I mean the police instead of the player. Felt like I was watching a movie. And then, oh, I don't have a combat target for one of the goons, so I guess I'll do it like this, so that the ambush cop is gonna shoot at the player, but then one of my allied goons is gonna shoot at the same cop that's shooting at me. Maybe like that. So it's, yeah, 3 goons versus 3 cops, and then there's like player as an additional. But then again, why did one of the cops stay still and not move? Here I'm declaring the callback, then resume movement, and combat behavior is enabled. So that should be fine. Everybody should have their targets. Yeah, I'll just try it again. Try to see if it reproduces the same bug. And I might need to turn on the cam. True. I need to swap the screens more often. Yeah, so I'll be looking out for these ones. So the changing of combat target, and then also I'll be looking for the fact that none of the NPCs should be standing still anymore. So each one of them should be battling someone actively. And then also change targets as needed for the minute pass function here. So and if it looks like that they're getting bugged out, like the pistol thing doesn't really work, they think that there's line of sight, then I'll be able to change one of the weapons to be melee. So I'll give one of the goons a knife, or two of them a knife, and then one of them a pistol. So that way they are gonna go and try to, you know, stab them instead of just shooting them through the boxes. Oh no. I took some cocaine, but my inventory was full. So there's a bug. I need to check that the player's inventory can fit items within that one. So to do check inventory has space. And then I'll need to do a little bit of this. Like this. Like, what is going on here? Right. So all of the cops should be dead. No? Pretty much. So there's still a couple of bugs. Like, for some reason, they still don't enable the behavior, and I don't really know why. And also, some of the goons are missing their weapons suddenly. Like, after some time, they just, like, get destroyed. So, I think I need to ensure that this happens also. Because it seems that they start to follow the schedule. Or just AFK, it goes out of combat. So, if it goes out of combat behavior after setting the target, I'll re-enable it. And the same thing goes for the officers. And I think this needs to be even, like, outside of this. So, like here. If it's not in active combat, I'll make sure that it's enabled. Maybe. Or no, it really only happens when... No, it does happen quite often, so I'll keep it here. Yeah, that should do it. And then check that the player has space in the inventory when interacting with the barrels. So like this. And then also the cops don't seem to have any weapons on them, so I guess I'll just like run this. And then again, this needs to be like they are not properly keeping the weapons on them. So I guess it makes sense to kind of handle this in the minute pass function too. So I'm checking if the weapon's missing for some weird reason, I'll reset it. So if the goon behavior, combat behavior current weapon equals to null, and then same goes for the officers. So and then something like this. Right, again. Yes, it's wanted dead or alive right now. So it kind of works and still kind of doesn't. So what is the real problem, right? Why do the cops not travel out of their spawn positions? And that's what I'm thinking right now. Like, I don't really understand why. The cops that target the goons, they don't really move out. Or they almost did. And then also, whenever I run, when I give the player the wanted dead or alive, then the cops basically ignore all of this code, so they don't do the targeting anymore. And that's kind of a problem for me. But then again, there's no way for me to avoid that. So basically all of the cops are shooting at the player instead of one of the goons. So I think I'm gonna call here officer set destination movement set destination, and I'll use the same destination as in here. So follow destination basically. So basically I'm trying to get them to come out of the corner that they're currently standing at. And then now I need to figure out how to work with the awareness. So to keep the wanted dead or alive but still have the targeting work, I need to probably disable the officer awareness. So I'll do that also here next. So officer awareness, and then I don't remember how to do it. Maybe it's just like enabled, but so it's set awareness active and then false. Basically that. So hopefully this should allow them to target goons even while player is lethally wanted. Hopefully. And then also I wanna also additionally try a little bit of tweaking with the combat behavior. So officer combat or no behavior, combat behavior, then reposition. Or something, I don't know. And then I want the cops to travel for about 1 second. So all of them are gonna be coming towards that place for 1 second. Maybe. So yield return, wait 1 second, and then do this. Maybe something like this. Then for this one, I'm just gonna do I'm going to do how am I going to do it? So first up, I'm going to need land vehicle, police vehicle, and that's going to be police station, and then they have a static member police stations, and then I'll get the index 0, and then that has vehicle prefabs which I can use, and then I'll take the first one from there. And then police vehicle. Is there a limit to how many occupants it can have? I don't think there's a limit. So I should be able to just call police vehicle dot add NPC occupant. I'm gonna still need to do spawn position. And then it's gonna be for each police officer. Like this. And while I'm at it, I should also probably make sure that the officer movement pause movement, and also officer health, revive, and then also officer behavior, combat behavior, disable network. Something like this. So that whenever they're in the car, they're basically reset instantly. And hopefully, if everything goes correctly, they will automatically get out of the police vehicle, but I don't think that's the case. So I might have to do something with that. So next, I would assume that the police car has now the officers in it. I'm gonna check if the vehicle pursuit has code for that. So right, so it's this one. So I have to also enable police light. Police light light equals police vehicle, and then get component. In children, and then that's gonna be of type police light. And then I'm gonna say light is on equals true, and then light or does the set is on. Yeah. The siren should automatically go off with that. And then the police vehicle navigate from spawn position to target. So then I'm gonna do police vehicle, and then it has a vehicle agent, so I'm gonna access the field, and then I think it has navigate. Yes, that's correct. And then destination, follow destination. And I'll keep the default settings for now. I think it should suffice. I'll probably have to maybe needs vehicle agent navigation callback to unseat occupants and start combat. So this might need to happen. I'm not sure. And I also might need to change the follow destination. But this will be a concept now. The next wave should have a police vehicle basically spawning instantly. No, that's still wrong. Because I'm just taking the prefab and then assigning them inside of it. So what I really need to do is I need to spawn it before I actually use it. So I need to instantiate the object. Um, I'm gonna call this a prefab, and then I'm gonna instantiate here. So this is gonna be like this. Then the position needs to be something. I'll just set it to vector30 for now. And then quaternion identity. And then player only is gonna be false. Then this one is incorrect. This is supposed to be officer.enter vehicle. And then police vehicle. And then I'm gonna take some example code from the drive-by, because I know that I'm gonna need this little piece of code soon. Don't actually need this one. I'm gonna handle that one. So after it's spawned, I'm gonna ensure that it's moved to the road, even if it's like a little bit tweaked on the road. And then I might also need to make sure that the auto driving is on. Like this. So something like this. But now I really need to go and check the coordinates and also the quaternary rotations. I need to type down the Euler angles that I want. So how am I gonna do this? I think the spawn point is going to be like here maybe. I think this is good. And then I'm going to need to spawn it, so I'm gonna get the prefab. And I'm probably gonna use the second index, so I wanna make sure that it's the SUV and not the shitbox. I think the SUV looks cooler, so use that instead. But now that I have it copied, I need to find an object of type vehicle manager here. And then this has a function called spawner return. But where is it? Here. vehicle code, bruiser police, right? Then the position, preliminary position is going to be the player position. And the rotation is going to be preliminary the player rotation. And then false. And then I'll spawn it. And it's nowhere to be seen. Inspect. It's not active. Now it's active. So it needs a set active, I guess. And then if I use the teleporter, I should be able to like snap it back into place like that. Or yeah, now it snaps into place. So what are the position? What's the position now? So take this, copy it. And then the rotation, so that's 0. And then I want to test the destination stuff, so I think I want it to drive here. Somewhere here, not at the end, but here. So it's like, it stays here. So the target of this one, it has a vehicle agent, and then auto driving is enabled. Or no? I'll do navigate. Where is it? Here. I mean, it's kind of slow with it, but you know. And then boom, the cops have arrived. They will exit the vehicle, and then I'll be around here maybe, or here maybe after it. I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, so that's gonna be the destination. And then the auto driving thing, I don't need that one. That's toggled in a loop. So that's all I need right now. I just needed the coordinates here. Now plug it all in. So our navigation destination will be a new vector 3. Like this. Then police vehicle needs to be enabled, so set active. No, game object set active. True. vector 3 car spawn equals new. And then quaternion rotation, car rotation. And then because I'm using Euler angles, and it's vector 3 0. Like that. Something like that. So now all of that should work. So I should be getting a second wave with a functional cop car that may or may not have cops inside of it, but it will have a siren and lights. I hope that will be scary. And after this test, I will hold approximately 20 minutes break, and then I will continue instantly. But I won't end the stream. I will just be gone for 20 minutes. I will make some tea, maybe smoke a ciggy, and then I'll be coming back to work on it. Because I really want this to be done today. So I will have a functional framework for the quest done by the end of the day. That is the goal. It will have bugs, but I can live with that. Because bugs are always fixable. And Rome wasn't built in a single day. Even Rome had bugs. Start the quest with the command. Wait for my guy. Accept. Then we go here. Wait for it. Right Upright in the chat asks, hi, thank you. Are there gonna be just 2 waves plus what's the reward? Like, yes, right now in the first version, yes, it's gonna be just 2 waves. But as with all of my quests, I will always work towards making them more interesting and, you know, challenging maybe in the future. But the first versions will always be like this. And then the reward, I haven't really decided, but it's gonna be money, XP, all of that kind of stuff. For the first version, it's gonna be like that. I mean, these guys are bugging out. I don't like this. Like... So... Where is the car? Oh. It's taking a little bit. Yeah, I need to warp it. I need to warp it for sure. What? What the fuck? Oh my god. There's an invisible cop here. There's an invisible cop here. Invisible cops. So it almost works. But I need to I need to warp it here after it's set active. Oh, I don't need the vehicle teleporter for that one. So that should do it. And then it needs a little bit of a delay here, so it's like maybe 2 seconds. So, because like after I kill the last one, it instantly despawns it and it just feels weird. And then the spawn positions for the cops, I need to tweak those. The ones that are behind the containers, they always get stuck. So I'm gonna do that still before I take a break. That's the last thing that I'm gonna do before the break. Because then I'll have solved most of the like necessary problems here. Here. So these ones are the ones that are behind the containers. So I'll just spawn all of the 3 ones, all of them, in a tight bunch. So they're gonna be next to each other. And like this. Something like this. I hope they don't spawn inside a wall. And then next, figure out how to get the cops out of the vehicle. After navigation completes, and then this is gonna require maybe vehicle pursuit behavior. Retoggle wanted. Navigation callback. Something like this. But something like this. But it's gonna be 20 minutes. Alright, back to work. So, the next thing is to be able to get the cops out of the car, and then to get the car to drive a little bit differently. So I guess that each of the occupants within the car should all toggle vehicle pursuit instead. Maybe. Or yeah, I'll just use the preset code from here. So I'll use the navigation callbacks to basically fix it. And then I can just declare this within here. So it's a nested function. And then again they need to combat combat targets. But for now, I'll just set them to target the player. All of them. And then I'll enable the awareness, I guess. And then after this, I can do a shared boolean value, because I have this nested function. I can do a shared boolean value, which I can within this coroutine return, so I'm awaiting it. So has arrived equals false. And then here, basically like this. I'm not checking for the result, but that could be, for example, like this, complete or something. But I haven't seen that happen a lot. Maybe if you block the car, it's gonna be interrupted. So, but regardless, they're gonna have the behavior enabled. They might need to do foot pursuit behavior instead for the player, maybe. But this will prove it. All of them should attack the player now. Easy. So here, again, I'm gonna take one of the example codes. This is the most copy-pasted thing in my entire code base. I've copy-pasted that maybe a million times. So then I'll do this. Now this thing right here, it's gonna wait for the car to arrive, and then after that's done, it's gonna each second it's gonna exit the vehicle one cop at a time, and then it's gonna set the behavior. And because I'm working in a code routine, I need to do this. Build break. That is needed, and that applies also here and here and here. So a lot of copy pasting, but it doesn't matter as long as it's code routine safe. Okay, back to the same spot. So I still need to do the hurdle goons, so the goons need to attack the cops. That's what needs to happen. I'm copy pasting again functions, so I know that I'll be able to make it more compact later on. But for now, I can basically copy paste this code, put it here, and then only leave the goons attack cops. So I'm not targeting the cops anymore. And maybe that could happen in a loop. So int I equals 0, smaller than count. And then make sure it's not indexed out of bounds. Or not, because it's unnecessary. Yeah, so then I can just do this. I should make sure here that this works. But, you know, I'm lazy. Because I'll be almost always guaranteed that it's always 3 goons here and then 3 cops here. And then there's always player as like an extra thing. So it's 3 versus 3 plus the player on the cartel side. And then this needs to change. So first the target, then the enablement. And then because I've removed the original on die callback, which tracks the dead cops count. To enable the minpass function again, I need to set it to 0 because I've essentially respawned all the cops. So when the car arrives, I'll set the current dead cops count to be 0 again. So that this will go again. So that they will continue doing this. And then didn't I have like a wave thing ready here? No. I'm just checking for the state. So the question tree is active. Count alive cops. Targeting. So then I swear to God, I had like an integer here. It's somewhere here. Current ambush wave. So I think this is still unused or not. Here. So I'll basically need almost identical to this one. So I'm gonna copy it. Then I'm gonna go to where? Right after the revive. So here. They're in the vehicle again. And then this belongs within the for each loop here. And I can indicate that I'm actually using the new Unity action instead of the old one by maybe logging it differently. I'll know that it'll be the first wave and then the second wave. And then if current ambush wave equals 2, then I'll again increment. And then this can be like whatever. This doesn't need to even go. I can just add new waves after that maybe. So I'll comment it out. Because then I'm only waiting for the wave to be equal to 3 within this one here. So that I can do if so that I have a flag here, ambush ended. Maybe I'll set it to true, you know. But yeah, I'll set it to true. So ambush ended equals true. And then whatever needs to happen happens here. Clean up the mission, all the spawned items, all the rewards and stuff like that. I think that should do it. One thing is to make sure here, I wanna ensure that this is empty. That will carry on, so the callbacks will monitor when the police die, and then I'm gonna check one thing from the assembly. So dnspy is the best tool. I need to check yeah, so I want to test this out. What if I give the officers here No, I'm not giving anything. I'm changing the behavior of the food pursuit behavior. Here, and then yes, I'm gonna disable the arresting here, so that it will be just a gunfight, and the cops wouldn't be trying to actively like arrest the player and get nearby, but you know, shoot them. And this should carry on, so they won't be able to. So now I'm gonna test it. Round up Riley says in the chat, IL2CPP needs to be finished though. Look, but the IL2CPP code is here. I've been writing the IL2CPP code here all the time. So whenever you see places like this, it's always like if IL2 CPP, it's gonna run this code. So it's like already there. So in a perfect world, all I need to do is change the solution and then build the IL2CPP file. But I've learned from experience that there can be some very tricky problems and bugs related to that backend. So it's not always a perfect world. But the IL2CPP backend, it's already kind of like done. I think that was pretty good. I think that was pretty good. That wasn't bad. Like, I didn't see a lot of bugs. You know, it felt consistent. Okay, there's a little bit of lag, but I have a potato computer. So, so, but like overall, like the mission feels nice. It feels different. Like the first wave is kind of okay, well, the cops are killing the cartel members. But then the last wave is like, okay, the police car drove over the cartel members and then they got out of the car and then, you know, tried to shoot me instead of the cartel members. So it was kind of funny though. But I think I need to make sure that the player's wanted state does not go down to non-wanted. Because I was very close to being like out of the wanted dead or alive right before the car got there. So either I need to make the car move faster or something. I think I need to make the car move faster, so I'm gonna set it to aggressive driving probably. So I always forget the code for it, so the vehicle needs to be a little bit faster in my opinion. So it's vehicle pursuit, I guess. Yes, and then where is the here? Set aggressive driving. Set aggressive driving. On active tick. Initial contact made. So okay, I'll set that. So before I start to navigate. Here. Or I don't even need to do that, honestly. I just need to change the police vehicle agent flags speed. And then I'll probably need this one. And also what else? What else is there? This one, yeah, for sure. Ignore the traffic lights. This can be conditional, so I'll make this. No, but it's gonna probably revert it anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I only need those two. Yeah. And then it didn't end the mission for some reason. It didn't toggle the complete function at the end. That's what I'm thinking about. So the ambush ended should be set to true here. And this was incremented to 3. Hmm. I guess I'll just like take this out. So ambush completed. So I should see this log basically. Because I saw this 3 times in the logs. So I know that this was incremented to 3 and this should have run. So current ambush wave equals 2. If it equals 1, we increment it. And then spawn a second wave. Yeah. I don't see why it wouldn't complete though. I'm just, well, whatever. I'll set the XP reward to be, I think the XP reward should be somewhere like maybe 1500. Oh, and then before I do the reward, I had an idea right before I quit the game, before or at the last test. So the idea is before it completes, there happens a dialogue, like the intended dialogue before the completion of the quest basically occurs. So and then for this one, um, it needs to be if the original one health that is dead or is knocked out, they will be revived. And then because I'm doing this, then now I need a just in case. Then I'm gonna need another first dialogue, so I'm gonna copy over the same type of code that happened at the start, so where the goon navigates to the player, for each loop, and tries to conversate with them. So I'm gonna strip out a lot of the code here. That's a lot of code, but I'll keep the important ones. So and then this dot complete, boom. So there needs to happen a lot of stuff between those two. Yeah. So I'll do this. And then I don't need two choices. I need one. That's gonna be called choice. Okay. So or maybe it's a button that says continue. Yeah, it's a like this can be worked on later. It can be something else. I don't know. Continue chosen. I don't need this one. Or these ones. Oh, this is not gonna work in IL2 CPP. I already know it. Yeah, I already know it. But it's fine. I'll work on it later. Then I think this should be just clear, right? And then add that choice. Then I get rid of this one. I overwrite the greeting. So the last one is something along the lines, thanks for your help. You are our true brother. And then that's about it. And then they're very hurt. They're very hurt, I guess. or like this. Then I guess I'll have to time this out, so maybe maximum of 30 seconds. And even after that, it will just autocomplete, because this is just like purely cosmetic addition to it to kind of add to the, you know, or original planning included this type of stuff. So then, while traversing to the player, I guess I would need this too. Something along these lines. So now it tries to traverse the player, do the last dialogue, and then there's a lot of edge cases here at the end, so it's kind of hard to think about it now. Because I have the timeout, then I autocomplete it, but then at the end here, you know, outside of the function that does it. But then I also want it to complete automatically whenever this is selected. And I don't want to complete twice. So I guess the easiest way to do it is like if this dot state equals active complete, and then here like this. So that should cover it. Anything else? Anything else? Then rewards. What about the rewards? Like I could make the NPC hand out something to the player at the end. You know, when they conversate, maybe Maybe they give them like 50,000 cash or something else. Because I have a lot of other types of rewards here. The allied supplies gives a lot of like random items. The unexpected alliances reduces the cop's intensity. The manor infiltration quest reduces house prices. The car meetup quest does what? I don't even remember. It has something special too, but it has something special too, maybe. No, it doesn't. It's just that you get cocaine, a lot of cocaine. So for this quest, it could be something else. Maybe. Well, I've patched the cartel deal manager here in a multitude of different ways. So first of all, when the cartel is allied and the allied extensions is on, then the cartel deals don't turn it back to hostile, basically. That's the only thing that I've done for it. So maybe something related to the cartel deals. Or maybe just like drop into the manor mailbox a couple of gold bars. Couple of gold bars. I don't know. So let's see. Does the quest meet all of these criteria now? Random goon spawns, interrupts the player and talks to them. The goon tells that they need help tonight and starts the quest. Yes, that works. Follow the goon to the northern waterfront and then spawn cocaine. Yeah, that's working. Move the cocaine. Fail the quest if player steals it. That works. The cocaine is moved by police ambush. And then wait the timer to expire. Yeah, something along those lines. I mean, now it's just basically playing it over and over again to find any bugs. Honestly. Try to see what works, what doesn't. Oh, and then the cleanup still. So, basically just destroying all of the spawned NPCs, despawning the spawned goons, then resetting the quest state, and probably some other miscellaneous stuff. So I think I'm gonna change the police spawn positions entirely, because this doesn't work. They get bugged out, so I need to move them somewhere where it makes sense. First, I'm gonna get rid of this police car. It's driving me crazy. I'm gonna actually delete this one. God damn it. Damn it. Driving me crazy. So I'm gonna spawn one of the cops here. So this is minus 48 and 6 16659. Because like realistically, whenever the player closes the car door, the cop should have already spawned. So you know, one will be over there, you know, already shooting at those. And then should I put one on the roof? I don't know, like here. They're waiting at the roof. So I think it makes sense to put like one over here, like right in front of them, so that they don't have to travel like all the way up here. So 34.67 67 15585. And then where's the last cop gonna be? Not here. Here it gets bugged out instantly. So I think one could be maybe like a little bit further over here. or to right. Um, then also the last dialogue didn't really work. This one got stuck. And what else? Somebody in there. So, yeah, I think that's about it, honestly. Like the car worked, everything else worked, but then this one didn't navigate to the player properly. So I gotta make sure that happens. So those are the updated positions. How do I remove the previous one? So I gotta probably remove it right after it's done. Otherwise it's gonna stay. So something like this. Now it will show the last dialogue. But why didn't it walk? Anything else? The traveling. So it got stuck. I don't really know. Like, it's supposed to work, but I guess sometimes they get stuck. Did it? I need to check if it logged this one. If that appears in the logs, then I know that it works, but it just got stuck between the NPCs. Yes, yes it did. So I guess in this pre-complete function, I probably want to make sure that the two other goons that are not the start goon, they have their stay inside behavior reverted to be enabled so that they will walk inside, basically. Or something, maybe. So these ones, maybe. Like this. Now the other ones will not just stand around there, you know, they will go back. And then I don't know about that one really, but these ones could be like maybe 1 second apart. And then I wanted to kind of run back to the player, so instead of walking, I'll just give the speed control back to it, since it's probably removed. And that should be here. Where is it? So here. And then this is going to be variable. So string gender equals to player.local.avatar gender, applied gender, float. So and then I can actually just go is male, and then I think you call this a ternary function. And then we define brother or sister. So now I can do this. That's wrong. That's not Python. So now it's gender neutral. And perfect. I'll keep it like that. Then I really think the player should still die, you know, before if they steal the cocaine. So because that's really essential for the quest, that the player does not steal the cocaine. And currently with the weapons, it is very, very much possible. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this, but I'm gonna change them a little bit. The values will be tweaked a little bit. And then I'm gonna take this out. And maybe do this one, because it says to do. So if the player decides to go against them. So I'll change this to be a little bit reasonable. So let's say they have extended magazines within their pistols. So they have 18 ammo within their pistols. They can shoot pretty fast, but not this fast. So that was a little bit excessive. So, you know, maybe 20. So 5 bullets per second, because they have switched pistols with extended magazines. And then they are sharpshooters, that holds true. Then let's do this. Can shoot while moving through. Max use range, min use range, that's good. And then 20. Damage can be maybe like, maybe 85. I'll lower it a little bit, you know. So if player wants to steal cocaine, they will die. Simple. Very simple. Because I don't think there is a way to survive this. There is no way. Without cheating, there is no way to survive this. And then what's going on with this? Here we go. Like this, yeah. And then whenever I want this to reset, I just need to call the set weapon function again. So realistically, that would be right before this one. Because then the cops spawn, and then I don't want them to have those overpowered weapons anymore. So I can do it here. This will reset the weapon stats, so they are not overpowered anymore. Start combat. Like this. And I think I still need to keep the awareness inactive for the cops. At the last test, during the min pass, when the cops tried to target the player, I think it kept spamming this one. No. It was the goon. It was the goon that changed combat target, but why? Oh, because it's randomized. True. I'm done. Then again. Yeah, the vision kept bugging out, so I think I'll need to keep this, honestly. But then again, they won't change targets, whatever. Can I avoid it somehow in any other way? Like the little vision thing. It's really annoying. Let me see. Police officer. I'm gonna look at DN spy, see if there's a way for me to do this. Maybe. Maybe I just need to like keep it disabled, or then just set the ignore players. But then why am I doing it twice? I don't need it twice, so And I think I should be using here food pursuit behavior instead of combat behavior, since I'm doing the player targeting. I think that's what's causing the bug, honestly. So let me see how that works. So it's just like and then probably also make sure that before this happens, if the player.local the crime data current pursuit level isn't lethal, set it to lethal. I'll try this one. Now I gotta clean up the imports here a little bit. And yeah, I think I'll test it now again. See how it feels. Maybe I'll find another bug. Oh, actually, before I do that, I'm gonna write the cleanup function because it's gonna be annoying. No, I wanna test it too. So where does it go? It goes here, up here, and no, it goes here. Clean up through brothers quest, like that. And then so then I'm gonna first wait, or yeah, I'm first gonna wait, let's say 30 seconds. So it's not like an instant despawn of everything at the same time. So then after that's done, I'm gonna start despawning everything. So now I'm working my way down from the top. Whatever I have spawned will need to be despawned. So that starts here. Summoning the conversation goon. This guy. I need to reset the quest start goon. So I can access it like this. And then it shouldn't have any dialogue choices anymore, and no greeting override. But it's going to have wait, I need to make sure that it's actually going back inside too after that one, after the last pre-complete function. I guess here. Now it goes back inside immediately after that, but then again, I still need to make sure that it happens. And then remove the speed controller probably, because it's gonna have the combat one. So set active true, enable schedule, remove speed control, combat. Then next. Okay, that's the end of that one. Then I move into the quest related code and start from the top. And I swear to God, there is so much to despawn here. So much to tweak and despawn. So I start here. Am I saving the spawned objects anywhere? Well, here. So this is one. Spawn vehicle one. I'll take that one. I'll probably have to change a lot of these to public, especially this one. Oh, I can just use this one instead. So I'll keep that, and then I'll append to the spawned decoration. Box SUV. That's being added. Okay, that's good. Vehicle number 2. That's being added. Pallet. That's being added. This is not being added. So, but it belongs to the pallet. So it's gonna be destroyed. Okay, so I'll remove those. And I'll try to avoid some lag, so I guess I'll go like yield return. I'll destroy 2 items a second at max. And then after that's done, happens what? After that, I'll go through, or before that, I'll go through reset the guards. Or actually, I can just reset all of them. So Then after that, I probably want to make sure that they're alive, and then I'm gonna despawn them. I wonder if there's anything else with that. I'm gonna check what I'm doing with the other quests. Because, you know, those I've tried the most. So I guess it's just revive, despawn. Like this. Then what's next? Is there anything else? The cops. Mm, do I call? Because I know that I can basically just remove them from the registry. And then, or despawn them before and then remove them from the registry. But I'm not sure if the server manager despawn function does it, so I'll check if I have fishnet. Yeah, I do have the, or no, server. And then despawn function. Yeah, so I'll just have to specify Yeah, that's gonna get rid of the cops. So then I'm through all of these, all of that. I need to append this one, so police vehicle. And then I'm probably gonna check what the vehicle manager, this one, so that I get rid of anything returned in here. So mm, yeah, I'll need to keep track of this one. So put it here: public land vehicle spawned vehicle. Then I don't need to worry about this one, neither this one or this one. No, no. Realistically, it looks like it's done. It looks like it's done. And then I gotta get rid of this one, I think. I'm pretty sure. So it's either completed by this one or this one. And I don't think I have. No, this is the incorrect place for it. Yeah, that's the incorrect place for it. So it's supposed to be No, no, it's correct. Yeah, that's correct. And then the complete function calls the end function calls all of this, and then here at the end there's 30-second wait, and then everything's gonna be despawned. I'm gonna check some code. No, I don't probably need to. Yeah, this is not getting set to true, so I need to make sure that happens. And that happens in the end function. And then additionally, I need to reset this. I'm pretty sure I need to reset those. These I could set back to null. And I'll remove those, because I don't need those anymore. So for good measure, you know, it doesn't hurt. So and I can do that basically. No, I'll do it after, right? Then lastly, these need to be reset upon save load. So that belongs here. Yeah, that looks pretty solid. And then as a reward, I need a reward function because that's what I do. Public static void reward through brothers quest. And then here I'll send a message from Thomas, right? That's gonna be a part of the reward. So message is going to be from Thomas, and it's going to be saying thanks for helping our goons. I don't fucking know. The fuck am I gonna write? But it has to be an introductory to the feature where the player unlocks laundering through the cartel. So this is gonna be a pre-requirement quest to unlock laundering through the cartel. That's essentially what it's going to be. So uh your help has been very valuable because I think Thomas is one of those, you know, sleek type of guys. So, you know, keep it casual as possible. If you need to launder some cash, uh, I can help with bigger batches, you know. And then I'll say here, uh, you know, in in development. So if anyone completes the quest, you know, they'll say, okay, well, and then a smiley face. Uh, Something like that. Because it's gonna be probably the next thing that comes after this one. It's kind of easy to pull off, so. And it's on the list. So, I'm gonna need message. Message. That. And then I'm probably gonna change this, no, that's good. That's good. I'll keep it like that. I'll work with it later. Return. Turn. Take that out. Thomas will send $30,000 into the bank account. I think that's reasonable. And then that's gonna happen after everything's been reset, I guess. So after this one, I'm gonna call reward True Brothers quest like this. So on top of the XP reward, which is like 1,700, it's gonna be Thomas informing the player that they have unlocked this new feature that is still in progress, so in development, and then they're gonna send it 30,000. So how did the bank accounting work? So how do you put money into the accounts? I always forget, so I need the spy. I'm gonna peek at the source code. I know that it's in the economy, maybe, or money manager. I think it's money manager, perhaps. And it's a function called maybe maybe I should use the create transaction function to wire the or how does laundering do it? Because I really wanted to have like the same type of notification so that I can a little bit, modify it. Yeah, so I think they're gonna first wire the money. So it's a network singleton and money manager. Then instance create online transaction. We'll call it casual business earnings. It's a business investment. That's what I'll call it. Then the amount is 30,000. Or what? Quantity 1. Transaction note. String.empty. And then I think it needs to be a coroutine. So and then after the 30k, it's gonna be like 1 second. And I want the reward to start before the cleanup. Honestly, I don't want it to wait. Have to wait maybe. Or yeah, 30 seconds is good, I guess. But what if the player quits the game right after? So then they won't be receiving anything. So it doesn't really make sense. So I really want to put it out there first. So wait 10 seconds, do that, wait 30 seconds, and then clean up. That's good. Not instantly, but after a little bit. Right. I think that's most of the logic done. I can't really think of anything. Well, edge cases maybe. If the player is traveling with the goon towards the place and they toggle, combat, what happens? On a theoretical level. What happens in the mini pass function during it? Well, nothing basically. So I guess the edge case here is that the player can kill this NPC. That's very, very important for the quest. And nothing else really monitors it. And then I probably want to call fail for fail on the quest when that happens. So it's somewhere here. If the start goon dot health is dead, or health is knocked out, that's gonna fail the quest. Or if the start goon behavior if the behavior is not follow schedule, I guess that makes sense. Or if it's combat, because I think it can recover from a lot of the different states, so I'll check for combat. So if active behavior is not null and the behavior equals to combat, so when that holds true, so if the goon dies or goes into combat, fail quest, and then again I have to trace my steps. So if it fails here, I'm going here, and that's gonna end. And now what happens if I clean up? Well, first of all, I'm rewarding the player. So inadvertently I just rewarded the player for failing the quest. They just got 30k in their bank account, so I probably don't want to do that. Well, first of all, state if the state equals to completed. That's basically what I'm trying to do. So failed, and yeah. If the reward happens, so realistically, will this break? Will this break during the travel? Yes. Yes, basically it will. So I need to add the start goon into the allied goons basically instantly for it to work. Nobody does add it almost instantly. Almost instantly. Yeah. So I'm gonna do it instantly. I don't like it being almost. So that one is there. Now this will work. This should work because there is nothing here. But I need to make sure that all of those are instantiated with new. Yeah. Except this one, but then it doesn't matter. Here. If the spawned vehicle exists, so it mustn't be null. It's not null. Only then we despawn. And same thing here. Yeah, that works already. Then some more edge cases that I can come up with are if the goon dies while they're traveling. So it's still within the function here. The first frame that waits is here. And I must basically instantly stop running this coroutine whenever the quest fails in order to avoid any problems with like appending to lists. No, but this needs to be right after this one. So only then will it work. And then here, or his.state is not equest state active. Yeah, that should cover that edge case. Okay, what about then is there a way for me to fail the mission or the quest during anything else so that it would break? Um so here, but that's fine. That should be covered. Right. I mean, the only problems that I can think of right now that will be needed to solve still are related to the following dialog options that use the remove at remove function or remove all. This one. So this will not work in the IL2 CPP backend. So to make this simpler, so that it works both in mono and in IL2 CPP, I'm gonna write it out. So for each or yeah, I can do a for each here. So for each variable choice in controller.choices, and because the old choices is basically a copy of it, or no, yeah, now it is. Can't I do this? Yes, I can. Then if choice dot choice text equals to accept text or equals to refuse text, then I need to convert this to be index based. Then now it works in both, work in IL to CVV. I'll note that. Same thing here. Yeah, I don't see any problem with that. But again, I could just go and use old choices, remove all. Oh, no. Just clear. That's what I meant. And then even better, I don't even have to do that because I can just instantiate a new list of type dialog controller dialog choice. There we go. That's much cleaner, and that works in both the IL2 CPP backend and mono. Yeah, I think now is time for, how long has it been? 5 hours and 5 minutes. So now it's time for a 20 minutes break. And after that 20 minutes, I'm gonna open up the solution for IL2 CPP backend. So it's gonna be the same code, but the IDE is going to warn me if there's problems with the IL2 CPP versions of the code, and then after I've completed any bug fixing related to that, I'm gonna compile the mod for IL2 CPP backend, and then I'm gonna run again the same QA testing, everything from the console logics to the new quest, and then make sure that everything works in the IL2 CPP backend. That's gonna take about an hour, so that will be also done today. And if everything goes smoothly, you know, maybe tonight the update might be out for the quest. But for now, it's gonna be a 20-minute break. There we go. Now the IL2CPP solution is open. So previously I had the mono solution open, but I only come here to IL2CPP solution to kind of like build it and then test it. So mainly working in the mono backend, but just changing it over should work. I'm probably gonna get some problems with the usings. That's the most common problem that I get, so I'm gonna fix that right away. Um, where is it? Where is it? Am I doing something wrong here? What the fuck? I'll just do this. Then reload. There we go. Now I see it. So here. Interesting. Cannot convert method group. There's a bug here in IL2CPP, but I think I have a solution for this already. It's here. Drive by. So it needs to be casted. Nothing more than that. So I'm gonna say if mono, then I'm gonna run that code, else I'm gonna run this code. What is it going to be? Like that. Now it works in IL2CPP. Is there anything else? Um, yeah, there's a lot of bugs here still. So, or not bugs, but problems with the usings. So I'm gonna fix those. Go. Is anything missing? Storage and vehicles, it says. Well, that's fine. The fuck is this? Cannot convert from IL2CPP fishnet object despawn type to nullable object. What the fuck? This is so weird. No way. I cannot use the despawn function. That's so boring. God damn it. Can't I just do like a cast, maybe? No implicit casting, I guess. Or new. Oh, it seems to accept the new parameter, so now I can use that here. For some reason in IL2 CPP, the despawn type must be marked as null IL2 server system. That's what it means. So now I gotta do the same thing here again. If mono, else, and if. So making it work for the IL2 CPP backend, it's not gonna be so simple always. Again, I gotta use the same type of or wait, what the hell? Spawn the land vehicle. Yeah, so it's this one. And then I gotta move this one into the code block. So now it works in the IL2 CPP backend again. That's what I presume, so not sure, but I guess this should work. Anything else? Now, time for the moment of truth. Does it build? Usually now I get a lot of Yep. So here I gotta clean up the usings again. And now the build succeeded. Time to test it out in the IL2 CPP backend. Well, I guess there's still a little bit of a bug here. There is still a bit of a bug here. So one is that the first wave starts too fast. Like it should spawn the cops, then wait a little bit. I mean, yeah, there's a 1 second wait here. But then at the end, maybe. And then maybe tweak a little bit of these values here. So I think the configuration for this solution needs to be changed to debug so that I can see all the logging. But I don't think this got called at all. So then I think here it still needs like a check. So maybe that didn't work. So I'm trying to reset the bug here. And the awareness component, it needs to be set to false. So this cannot do. So it needs to be false all the time, otherwise it will bug out. Um, then yeah, then at the min pass function, it needs to check if the current ambush wave equals 2, and did the price get developed yet? I think it's laundering. No, it didn't. But the price is like 30k money, and then the laundering thing. But I haven't done the laundering thing yet. So if the current ambush wave is 2, and player.local.prime data current pursuit level equals to none, and then there's another bug that so it didn't track the ambush cops count for some reason correctly. I don't think so. I don't really know. Where does it bug out? I'll just add a boolean value here. And then here. I don't know. I'll try again. See if it's any better. See if it's any better. Rolled Up Riley asks in the chat, what bugs did you find now? None. I'm trying to find them now. The price is 30k. There has to be a typo in the code at the second wave. Yeah, there has to be a typo here somewhere. I'm sure. Like, I don't get it. In the mono backend, it worked just fine. It's so weird because this didn't happen. This happened whenever I changed the IL2 CPP backend. So it happened to like here. And this didn't also work at all. So what I suspect is that no, but wait, why would it target me though? I don't get it. I still don't get it. That doesn't make any sense. Then I'm gonna fix this bug. They still have the OP weapons, which I don't want. So so I'll do it here. No, I'll do it right before. So I need doing that behavior. I don't know if this actually works with what I'm trying to do here. Yeah, like I don't see anything that's that would cause the bug. And there's nothing in the logs either. So it's pretty weird. And then when I played it in the mono version, it worked. So I don't really see anything that would indicate that it's broken, per se. Yeah, it's like there's no way to consistently reproduce the bug. Like there I had no problems except for one where the police got bugged for a minute and then it was bugging. But that I think was because of the ragdoll. And then the ending conversation here. The ending conversation here is also bugged. So when this happens, the the goon turns invisible for some reason. I don't really get it. So I'm gonna. Or could it be that it got despawned somehow? Or what? You know what? I'll just make it so that this guy is immortal. That way, if they die, I don't have to revive them, so it doesn't bug out. Easily fixed. Yeah, and the guns ain't working. They're too much. So what I think I need to only do is realistically this. And then I guess the default, so and this didn't do anything last time for the bug, so they still like bug out with the vision cone, I guess. So how do I prevent that? How do I even prevent that? I don't know. So to additionally combat that problem or that bug, I need to maybe here officer.vision cone awareness vision cone, and then world space icons enabled is false. Now I guess I'll test it again to see if I can find anything to improve or fix. Or actually, before I do that, I probably wanna code in the logic for the random encounter. so that I can find like use for the pre-requirements. So I'm going to add it to the Cartel Enforcer file here. And then it's going to be a part of the allied extensions. Um, so I'm going to call the function public static void on our pass evaluate true brothers quest, like on our pass evaluate quest, and then I'll just mark it as like true brothers quest try to spawn the encounter. And then I need if the cartel is not hostile, for example, for starters. So if the status is truest or not truest, return. Then I'm gonna check the pre-requirements. And if not, return. Oh, I can just run this one. This has it already, so it makes no sense for me to repeat it. I think the player must not be actively inside a building. And then I need to make some kind of system here to prevent it from like every single hour, you know. I need to make it pretty rare, but then again I want it to be consistent at the end game. So I'll make it that it can happen once a day. Yeah, I'll make it so that it can happen once a day. I don't know. I don't know. I think I'm calling it quits here. I'll continue later. I'll continue later. There's still some work to do here. There is still some work to do here. Yeah, I'm gonna continue later. Continue later. Later, everything will be good.